All right. Come on, restream chat. You can load. You can do it. There we go. Good job. Woo. So, hello Tuma. Can we figure out how to do anything today? Let's see. Tuma is so bored he's watching programming streams. There's nothing on YouTube. Loading, loading, loading. All right. Steve 1989. Yeah, that guy. So what do I need to do? Where did I leave off? I was trying to make the objects assign themselves to areas. So we're doing that. Update object buffer. Like that. And then here we sort the object list after position index. So it's not going to be as simple as them moving and then setting that. Let's see. So here in the update, if the character moves. Wait, no, not there. Here, if we've moved a tile, then it calculates a new positional index. And then if it's a new positional index, we do this. Well, I mean, now, the light source buffer should probably always update, even if it's the light sources that move. Because the light source might also cast a shadow. Maybe? Okay. I want to die and I hate my life. How are you? Nothing new? Nah. Same old, same old. How's Dragon Ball? It's great. Even for the 10th rewatch, it's still great. It's like unironically really good. I was rewatching Zed. That's not great. Zed or Kai? Zed is in my opinion unwatchable. Yeah, Kai is watchable. Like the whole thing is watchable in Kai. I still don't think it's good, but it's watchable. But yeah, like even Frieza Saga is pretty shit, most of it. But yeah, after that, it's like, what is this? Yeah, it is absolutely. The reason I still kind of find Frieza Saga somewhat agreeable, even though like the power level stuff and everything, like it's just so stupid. It's still like writing wise kind of decent because it still ties back to like, you know, Krillin being Goku's best friend and just Gohan growing up and blah blah blah. So like the Great Saiyaman saga is still like almost okay because of all of that, but everything that has to do with like the fighting and the enemies and like all of that in later Z is just dog shit. The Saiyan saga? No, I meant the Great Saiyaman. I don't know what you're asking me. I mean, Saiyan Saga is also Gohan growing up. Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, most of the things aren't very long in Dragon Ball either. Like every arc is like 6 episodes. And the reason Dragon Ball is good is because, like, at first it's just Goku just doing frivolous things, basically, just going on adventures. And then it, like, gradually starts becoming more and more serious. A little bit. And you kind of, like, grow into and, like, get attached to everything. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, whoops. They just killed Krillin. Okay. Krillin dying greater than Aerith dying. Yeah, they just kill everybody. But the only ones that like feel like they matter is Krillin dying. Not even Goku dying matters. Yes. When Goku dies, they just instantly clip to him in the afterworld and it just continues. So it's completely irrelevant. But when Krillin dies the first time, it's like a very like abrupt thing. And you can tell it affects Goku a lot. And then that's like the basis for what happens for the rest of the show, kind of. And then the second time, we already know that Krillin can't come back. So then it actually matters. And then also you get the Super Saiyan scene. That's why Krillin dying is the only death that matters. And I cry every single time, I swear to God. It's so sad. It's so well built up. Woo-hoo-hoo. Where am I? What is happening? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, do that. Now. Okay, so now the characters will update their own positional index, and if they move into another zone, then that will trigger the game to resort all the objects, which might trigger a terrible lag spike, but it will work. But does this need to be... Well, it should probably be a list, but what is this? Can you set a list to have a certain length? You can. You can do something like... Obj area count list equals new list. Capacity. And that's gonna be light area map size dot x times light area map size dot y times light area map size. That. Wait, so it shouldn't be a list. Is it a list? Why am I making it a list? It should be an array. Because this should just be set per man. And it shouldn't be light area, it should be object area map size. Then we set this back to length, and then we run through the length of the area count array. Is used? Something like that. Compute object area buffer. State object area buffer equals false. I barely know what I'm doing right now. Yesterday I couldn't even figure out how to get to work. Where to start doing anything here. Compute static light areas. Compute object areas. Compute object areas count. So now we should have a fully implemented count system for the area buffer. But well, the objects are written every frame here. Is that it? Is that all we had today? That was all we had in us. Over. So what do I need to do now? Okay, so we're sorting our objects list, and then we write their positional index, which is actually not correct. Now that I think about it, it's based on the light area size. Should I make it that size? That's a lot of characters in one space. I'm a bit afraid of having it be that big. But maybe it's not that bad. It might be okay. Because the problem is... the lights are really big. Like a light area is like this big. So that the light can be big enough. Because if I check a pixel here somewhere, then we have to ray trace that pixel to the light. And therefore I want the areas to be big enough so that it can fit inside one area. And that's like the maximum size for our lights or something like that. Or at least fitted within 4 of these, for sure. But that means that each pixel has to ray trace to each light that's within here. As long as it has, it's within the length of the light. Which sucks, because ray tracing a lot is terrible. And the problem with having characters in a large space like this is when I'm ray tracing this pixel here over to here to see if it like intersects with a wall or something. Then we have to check how many characters are in here. If there are like 12 characters standing in this space, then we have to check all 12 characters. But thankfully, I've already decided that we don't need to ray trace through to every character. We just need to check if the ray intersects them at a certain y value, basically. We just need to check the raise Y value and see like is this character, if there's a character that's like down here, and we know that the ray is traveling this way, then we don't even need to check this at all. But we do still need to compare its position to the ray's direction and position, which is an operation, so it's not free. And that's the problem there. So maybe we go back to actually using this size. Now, I was also thinking that I should set the tiles to be this contains an object. And that might still be doable, but I don't like it. Because what I would have to do is well, yeah, no, it would still suck. I would have to put like a list inside every tile. And no, I wouldn't need to do that necessarily. But I would need to have an integer, so that if a character walks into it, it can add +1, and if it moves out, it subtracts 1. In that case, then this is fine, but we have to go back here and set this to this again. Obj area map size is now again just light area map size. Here we can do int light area map size temp equals And then we can just use this instead. For the size, it matters. Does mean we can get rid of the obj area map size. We can see if that triggers any errors. Obj area map size. Object area size is also not a thing. Let's get rid of those. Seem to trigger anything here, but there's one. Light area map size. No. Light area size. So now we are, I think it's done. It's sorting the list, it's sorting the objects. It's writing the object area count list, which is used to access the area. So all we need to do now is just access it. Just like we're accessing the light. And this is where things become too much for me. Ooh. I am not doing well right now. Holy shit. Now what it needs to do, which I'm not sure if I've already done, is this here. Now see, what has to happen as well, this one's a little bit difficult. Maybe I need to have a separate script for this. I might need to have a separate shader. Which would be fine. It doesn't need to happen in this shader. And it's probably better that it doesn't. But what needs to happen is that when each object renders, it has to write itself to another texture. I've got a three-dimensional texture that is supposed to contain the textures of all the objects in the scene. All in this one texture. And it's supposed to only contain the current texture. It's not supposed to contain their whole sprite sheet or anything. And that means that every frame, every update of the game, this texture has to be emptied and rewritten. I think. It might be optimizable, but that's the easiest way, because a character will write their index to this which Z value an object writes to is based on their index in the object array. But that can change because the object array keeps getting adjusted based on where the character is positioned. So if a character moves up, he might go from position 1 to like 20 in one go. And then he has to write himself to another index in this texture. That's the issue there. Hello, Grug. How'd do today? Awful. Terrible. Oh. I've been eating too much spice. Too much red. Makes Programmer Man sad. I don't think it would be an issue. So we need a new shader. What should I call that one? Shader, new shader, compute shader, LOT, rendering object X clear. Then we do that. Now, I think this should be 4 times 4 times 4 here. And We have a result. That's all we need, right? And then we set result. I don't know what's easier, overwriting the pixels or making a new texture. Most likely it's overwriting the pixels, but it's just gonna be set to float 0, 0, 0, 0. And that should be it. Now, it could be something else. I could set it to, like, pure something else, but right now it's being set to pure black with the 0 alpha. But honestly, what it needs to look for is just the alpha. So what I'm actually writing here is, or it could be simplified as well, because right now this is a float 4. So that means I'm writing a texture, and each object is going to write itself to this texture, meaning we're gonna have a direct, like, color representation of each object inside this texture. Since it's a 3D texture, it's all gonna be, like, layered. But what it's actually going to be used for is shadow collision. So what we actually only need to do is write 1 or 0. That's all we need. So it's either black or it's white. And that way we have, you know, what we need to make shadows collide with an object. But it's fine if it just writes color for now. It needs to be done. Objects are updated there. It can be done here. First, we need public compute shader, object clear C shader. And then here, we can do object clear C shader dot set texture 0. Result is set to object collection text, and then we say object layer cshader.dispatch 0 object collection text dot width. How what's the value here? Is it divided by 4? Yeah, it's going to be divided by 4. Object collection text dot height divided by 4. Object collection text dot depth divided by 4. Like that. And cshader dot set texture 0. What is it called there then? I don't know if I made one. Object collection text. I don't know if I've set that. I'm not sure if I need to set that every single time or if it will update itself fine. But for every update, we should run this. And then that'll run this script, which will clear the texture by writing it black entirely. Now what? Now... Now my other mouse is making my mouse move around on the screen. It's great. I'm gonna unplug that thing. I wonder which one it is. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh. I need a standing desk. So bad. Yesterday was half... The reason I didn't stream was half I was just sick. And half my ass has been hurting so bad. I have just not been wanting to stream at all. Just sitting, it just hurts so bad. But I can barely focus on the programming if I don't stream, so I would have to sacrifice the evening streams now and then just to take a break. Oh. But we're closing in. If we're lucky, this might not be that bad, but it's probably gonna be terrible. How was that? Yeah, I feel like shit. I've been cheating too much. Oh, Hugo. What do I need to do? Do I just need to add this check to the shadow cast now? Is that all that's left? Not sure. No, we need another shader. Sending virtual neck massage. Thank you. Huge shader. LOT object X right. That's gonna be 881. Now this one's gonna have to have some other variables. Float to pivot. Float to exercise. No, it doesn't need that. It needs a texture to the input X. And this is going to be result dot xy divided by 2 well, actually, we need float to I think it's 2. I think it needs to be floated, whatever. It needs to be in result dimensions, and we need float to input x dimensions. And then you do result dot get dimensions out result underscore dimensions dot x result underscore dimensions dot y. Is that it? Yes. Then you do input text dot get dimensions, input text dimensions. Took a while before I figured out how this works. Dimensions y. And then here we use result dimensions there. Divided by 2 minus input text dimensions divided by 2 as well. And that's where we write this from. However, it's not quite as simple as this. I don't know if this should be times the pivot. I think so. Because that way, if the pivot is 0.5, then it becomes centered. But if the pivot is like 0.2, then it gets moved up like that, which is what it should. So now it's gonna, first we clear the texture that contains our, or is supposed to contain all the object's textures, and then we rewrite the textures centered on it, I think. I think that should be the best way to do it. I really don't want to program this. I want this to be so done. I want this to be finished forever. I'll be right back. Oh. If we manage 4 hours today, that'll be a victory. Someone wants me to play 7 days again. I don't know if I want to play 7 days again. Okay, be still here. What the fuck is going on over there? Don't you have some League of Legends to play? I needed noise? You don't have in-game voice chat turned on? How are you communicating with your party members like that? Like so? I love when people complain about like, oh, they said this and that to me in voice chat, like all the time. I don't understand people like that because they're using voice chat in public games. Like, are you insane? Are you out of your mind? What is wrong with you? I would never do that. Ever. Yeah, yeah, yep. That's what they do. Yeah. Not to mention just people's microphone qualities. Like you can't understand what like 90% of people out there are saying, regardless of the fact that they're gonna be speaking Peruvian or French or Russian. um And then it doesn't need to be done here. It needs to be done from this object script. On render, if active, it should be done even if not active. I think. I think that might be right. There's something else you need. You got the pivot, input text, and result. Set texture 0, input text. Sprite. And part of the problem, I only speak in English in the Brazilian servers. I'm sure your generation speaks English over there, right? I'm sure at this point they all speak English, right? That's true, dude. You're just playing with a bunch of Brazilian scoobs. A Facebook profile picture. Oh yeah, you can have that because it's like it's Steam, so you have your Steam profile pic. Yeah. Yeah, I know that kind of boomer 100%. I know exactly what you're talking about. 100%. It's like every other gamer in my class except for like me and my friends. Like they literally only played Dota, maybe Warcraft 3, StarCraft, Counter-Strike. That was it. Grog, grab food. Alright, Grog. Good luck. This is not an entertainment stream. I want that to be very clear. This stream is exclusively for my ability to focus. And Okev is fucking with that every single day. Everybody has that same house culture. Except for like the French. The French still don't speak English, even like people who are like your age. Like they still don't speak English at all. But everywhere else it was the same. Americans don't play Dota? I don't know if that's true. Maybe they're not playing on your server. Or are we talking about professional teams? Most of the time, I'm kind of just sitting here, like, unfocused, looking at Twitter. Like... Holy shit. I hate doing this. This is so bad. There's so many small things. And right now my brain is just not on point. I just can't keep it all in my brain to like know like how to put everything in order. But it's so close. However, I just forgot what I was doing, more or less. But it should be fine here. Is that input text? Was that what I called it? Input text, yes. Some Tree of Savior jams. I don't even want to listen to music. My face is in pain. I was in my... I woke up and then I think I was in my bed for 3 hours after waking up. And I did not want to get up. It's so bad. I've been feeling it going down slowly for a while. Like a month. Watching YouTube shorts? I do watch YouTube shorts, but I do not watch TikTok. And I never have my phone nearby because I hate my phone and I don't use it. Six-year-old geriatric mobile? No, it's actually like 1 year. My aunt gave it to me as a birthday present. Because I didn't have a smartphone. Before I had... Before I had this, it's a Sony Ericsson, like, J something something. I had this one for... I had this one since I went to university. And I went to uni in like 2011 maybe? Or earlier? So I had this till last year, yes. And I honestly kind of miss it. It's small, you just put it in your pocket, fucking done. With a smartphone, you can't put this in your pocket. It doesn't fit in jeans properly. Like, it's insane. And I don't use it for anything except for taking photos. Like, that's it. No, I can't get one because I can't afford buying a new one. So the only thing I do with this is use the bank ID app to log in to pay my bills. And because we already have digital ID over here, it's already over. And I use the camera. And I use Swish, which is basically you can just send money instantly to someone's phone number. That was the only reason my aunt bought me this, so she could send me Swish money for my birthday. That's the only thing I use it for. It's nice to be able to take photos, though. I will give it that. Too bad the camera is dog shit. I don't want to join questionable GCs on Telegram. I don't want to have to look at my phone. Ever. I hate phones. Whew. You think we've got Swedes like that? Swedes online are fucking awful. I hate Swedish people online. Like they're the worst. They're literally the worst group of people online. Except for the French, but that's because you can't talk to the French because they don't speak English. But otherwise the Swedes are so extremely unfriendly and up their own ass. Like you just can't interact with them on Twitter. Like it's so bad. They're awful. Horrible. Like literally the worst ever. And I follow like every Swede I find, and it's they never follow back. They never like anything you reply. They're just terrible. And they're all like super like hardcore as well. You know, like autistic boomer levels of into statue posters on Twitter, for example. Like Grug no like pickled herring tribe as rule of thumb. That is a good approach. I don't think Norwegians are that friendly. They're a little bit up their own ass too, but both Danes and Norwegians are much better than Swedes for sure. And Finnish people are just generally kind of nice. They're weird, though. Finnish people online, they're typically like that friend who bragged about tasting their body fluids in high school. Like that they're that kind of weird every single time. Oh. Time to take a nap? No, not yet. Grug lived Pickle Herring Tribe for 4 years. Grug was hunter-gatherer there, okay. I don't even know what that is. Is this bomb? All right. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Fuck the Viking LARP? Yeah. But all that LARP is just like statue posters. Statue posters and painting posters. Like all of that LARP is just awful. Horrible. And that's part of it. Because it's just all LARP. LARPers are so annoying in general. Oh. Alright, we also need an index. Right. This needs an int index. And then it needs a comma and then index, right? Because the result is supposed to be a 3D texture. So result dimensions have to be a float 3. Z. It's not about, you know what I mean. It's not about posting pictures. It's about having the picture, profile picture. That guy. And then the index should be main controller dot object right c shader dot set int index main controller dot lot object list dot index of this. And then main controller dot object right c shader dot dispatch zero raw blend dot sprite dot texture dot width divided by 8 raw blend dot sprite dot texture dot height divided by 8 1 like so. Where am I? Yeah, I do. I will. So tired. I had to clad some cheeks. Okay. And the thing is that it's pretty. I think all the pre-work is like completely done now. I'm just not 100% sure. This needs to go. Yeah, this should not be happening. Neither this. And then what we need to do is... Oh. It's in here. Basically, as we're traversing, every time... Well, first of all, the first time that we enter here, we have to check against... Maybe we make a boolean who check objects. Checked object collision equals true. And then Here we're gonna do if check object collision. Gonna go back and undo that. Here we need another for loop. For and for that we need int let's just use I. Int I equals 0. While I is less than obj area obj light area compute static light areas count. Think. Then I plus plus. And then we have to do if compute obj areas I dot x and 5535. Let's see. How is it being written? The count is 16. So this needs to be pointer 16. If this as an integer is greater than 0. So what I'm doing here is I have two integers, which is just values that don't have decimals. And I bake them into a single integer. What that means is that it's kind of like a zip file. An integer consists of 32 bits, which is just ones and zeros like this. So if you flip the first 2, you have a 3. If you flip the first 3, you have a 7. And like the first 8 is a value of 255. And if you use the whole thing, you have millions of values. But because I don't need millions of values, I can store 2 integers or more in one integer, as long as the values I need don't exceed a certain amount of bits. So if I don't need values higher than 255, then I can use the first 8 bits to store an integer. And then I can use the second 8 bits to store another integer, the third bits to store another one, etc, etc. And you can combine this with like maybe the last 8 bits there you don't store an integer. Maybe you just store a bunch of different, like maybe you have a flag that says like, is there a character inside this square, yes or no? Then you just need 1, and then if this is set to 1, then you know that there's a character there, and then maybe this one says something else, like maybe there's a building or something, or you know, whatever you need. Maybe this one means that it's upside down or something, and then you can store those values here. And then you, instead of setting all of those values separately inside the shader, I can just put them all into one integer and just send that one integer into the shader. But then you also have to extract it, and that's what we're doing here. First you have to shift those 8 pixel or 8 bits over so that those become the first bits. Because if you store something in these first bits, then they're stored in this value, right? But if it's stored over here, then it's stored in this value. So then I have to move these 8 over to over here. And then I can... You can type this and then you type a value. If you type 255, then it'll compare this value, 255, with the value of the integer that we've shifted, and then it will take all of the bits that match and then create a number from that. And that way you can extract it like that. That's what we're doing there. I learned the binary system for layer mask. I'm Max. Hello Max, haven't seen you in a while. And yeah, it's layer masking is really a really good thing. And bitwise is also really strong if you're working with shaders. When you're not working with shaders, it doesn't really matter that much, I feel, but I don't know. So now we can see I can extract the count from the object compute area, and that tells us if there are any objects in there. And if there are, well, let's just set this to equals 0 first. Then we're just gonna type break. And that'll break this for loop, because we know that this area has nothing in it. However, it's not that easy, because it has to check like the surrounding areas too, because the shadow might extend out. Ekio is trading with a party of 6. Hello there. We are struggling and dying. Trying to implement shadow, or rather I'm trying to implement object collision for light to generate shadows from my sprites. And it is going to suck. So yeah, I've already done the pre-work, I think. Basically what I'm doing is the rendering in the game is basically ray tracing based. So I ray trace to render first, and then I ray trace to determine if a pixel is in shadow, and then I ray trace to determine if a pixel is lit by nearby light sources. But when we're ray tracing to the sun to check for light, that's where it needs to check for objects to collide with. So what I've done is I've created a 3D render texture that each object writes itself to its specific index in the object array, so that I have a texture that's linked to the index of the object, and it's all in this 3D texture that I then send to the main renderer, so that it has access to all the sprites of all the objects. And then I sort the objects by its positional index in the world, and then I write an area buffer kind of that contains an area index, and it contains a count, and the count is how many sprites or how many objects are in that area. And then that means when I'm rendering, if I'm ray tracing through that area, then I can check if that area contains any objects whatsoever, and if it does, then I know which index to start checking against, and I know how many counts to check from that index forward in the object array. And that way I can then check the ray's position against an object's position, determine if it even can intersect. So like if a ray is just like traveling above where an object is and it's traveling away from that object, then it can't intersect, then we can skip that. Yeah, so that's basically where we are. Do I generate a depth map using your sprites? Kind of, but not exactly. It's actually voxel based, so I create a voxel depth map first that I render against, and then that, because that means that the first render has to render from the top of the map and down to see what it finds, because it has to check for, I don't know if the game runs right now, so I don't know if I can show it. But like the there might be transparent buildings, for example. No, it doesn't run. Well, that's because I haven't added the shaders, but whatever. There might be transparent buildings, and that's why I have to start ray tracing through from the top, and then when I find whatever is the first tile, that becomes the depth where the ray tracing starts next. So it doesn't have to actually ray trace to find it. It only has to ray trace through if there is transparency, because then it needs to find what to combine with. And then from the point that we decided this is what we're rendering, from that point I just do ray tracing to the sun and to light sources and stuff. to determine if it's lit and whatnot. Now we need to check objects. And I don't really want to. It's time for me to take a break as well. Because this is a good stream where the streamer disappears for 30 minutes. Multiple times. Throughout the day. But does this need to... This needs to be a nested for loop. Oh, is that... How fucked up is this gonna get? Nested for loops like this can have some issues in HLSL. I've already ran into some problems with it. So if I need another for loop here, which I do, I think, that's then gonna be for int o equal what Krug miss? I don't know, not much. O is going to be let's do int obj count equals 0 and int obj index equals 0. And then here int obj index equals, no, it's not int, obj index equals, no, never mind. We're gonna set obj index equals this, except no pushing, and this is 255, and then obj count equals that, right? And we just switch this over to obj count. And else we're gonna do for obj index obj index. I don't know if I need to write that even. It's no, never mind. It's gonna be int o equals obj index, and then if o is less than obj index plus obj count, then o plus plus. And then we're gonna check compute obj data obj index plus obj count. No, plus. No, it's just gonna be O. And then we can do something like if map position, if shadow map position dot y is less than compute obj data o dot position dot y, for example. This isn't entirely correct, but then we can say if array direction, if shadow ray direction dot y is equals 1, let's... No, if shadow ray step equals 1, and if shadow map position dot y is less than let's say greater than, and then if the raise step is positive, then we're moving away, then that is continue, I think. Yeah, then we have to check the next object, because that means that we are moving away from the position. That's just an example of kind of how it should be. And then here else. This is where we need to start doing some math. We need to extrapolate the ray position. So for example, if the ray position equals float 4 or float 3 to 1.35 or something, whatever, then if the target position equals float 3 4 7 or whatever, then what we need to do is we need to take, if the ray is traveling in y, then we need to take the ray position and calculate what the x and the z are when y is 4. And that way, that's the value we're gonna check against the object's sprite, and then use that as collision. But the sprite also needs to have artificial width, because if the light is traveling perfectly horizontally, then the sprite only has 1 pixel width or thickness. So we need to add some artificial width to objects, which might be individual. I might have to add that to each object's data, but we'll see. But I'm going to take a break because my brain is dying and I'm sad. So I'll be back in like 30 minutes. I'll see you then. Bye.
批贯到这里本该接近尾声，但今日我再添一笔，唱与诸位听。世道未必人不识，自有知音和情存。红英烈烈见了心，直至不愁心。彼时鹤归，茫茫天地无依靠，孤身离去。今日再会，新朋旧友坐满堂，共聚此时。
And we're back. That took almost an hour. It takes too long to go to both stores. Well, that's fine. Today sucks anyway. Mmm. Yummy. Yummy filmjölk. Are you okay, okay? What are you still doing here? What the fuck? I saw it. I didn't want to play it with audio though, because I didn't know it said the N-word. American voice actor Goku could do that. Hate the English dub of Dragon Ball so bad. All the characters have different personalities. It's terrible. Goku isn't even dumb in the English version. Like he's not actually dumb. He's just like an average guy. Some of the voices are fine. Goku's voice is fine, but he's not the same character at all. And the same is true for so many of them. They're not the same at all. Because they've rewritten them as well. Destroys the music? Well, I don't know, dude. The Japanese... Yeah, some of them, yeah. But the new songs are good. But the ones that they've kind of just reworked are bad. Yeah, it's pretty much just... No, the English openings are dog shit. Terrible. Not good. The worst part about watching Dragon Ball Kai is that while I do like the Kai intro, you miss all the other good ones. And you miss the outro as well, I think. You don't get this one. Kai Power did this song. So good. Is this gonna get me banned? This one is great. I hate Bulma. It's not bad though. Gohan is actually great. I like Gohan too. Even if he's a total pussy. I didn't know that there was that they made Buu Saga as well, Kai. I haven't watched that bit. I only watched the initial season. Yeah, this one is good. Not as good as the not as good as this one though. That one is good. I'm gonna get banned. Yeah, that's the classic one from Kai. Yeah, no, they're pretty good. Oh. It's ending? I haven't watched the final chapters. This sounds kind of cringe. But maybe I'll grow into it. Oh. Today is a day. Well, I'm back, but can I figure this out? Can I get to work? Can my brain function? I'm not convinced of this. I want coffee so bad. I want my stomach to not hurt. Yeah, you want to come over and have a Dragon Ball watch party? My mom is making cinnamon buns. We can watch late until like 10 p.m. Doritos? Sure. When we were kids, some of my friends were like recording like Little Dracula and shit on VHS on Cartoon Network. All my friends were so weird. Like, you have no clue. If you think I'm weird, holy shit. Oh my god. My life has been so fucked up. Absolutely insane. God damn the weirdos that I've known. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't. I can't take too much weird anymore because all the people that I've known in my life are just have just been such a handful to deal with. Holy crap. Welcome back, Grug. People on Twitter are the first time in my life that I've actually met people who are relatively normal. That should tell you a lot. Completely out of this world. Jesus Christ. By all is normal, I mean I don't want to go outside by fear of being robbed. Twitter people normal? Yeah. People are so weird. Smog smell? Do you guys even have enough industry to have smog smell? Like I said, I'm back, but I'm not sure I'm going to progress from here. Like I feel like it's stopped at the moment. And we haven't even done a lot today. Yeah, we're not working, that's for sure. Holy crap. Because now I have to figure out how to do the collision. I don't know if I have it in me today. I want an MMO to come out, and then I want to play an MMO and not do anything else for like 6 years. That's the bad end for sure. I'm just waiting for the Quinfall. There are like 5 MMOs coming out that are all the same game. And they're all gonna be dog shit. Grug already gaining weight. Grug doesn't need an MMO. I can kind of do something here. What we need is this. I think. Yeah, you have. You stopped talking. What the fuck? You want me to do? Dragon Ball isn't that interesting that you want to read the wiki. Dragon Ball lore isn't interesting. Man, I wish there was a Dragon Ball MMO so I could explore West City. No. Is there anything upcoming game-wise that I've been waiting for? I don't think so. Like, gaming is dead, dude. I know it was a thing. Do I want to play anything in this list? Chinese Empire. I want to play that. Grug. It's Grug Simulator. Mushrooms. Clean my wish list? I don't have the money to clean my wish list. When's Deltarune? Okay, I'll remove this one. Plague Lords, it looks like shit. I'm gonna get rid of that. Are we playing Aloft? I might. It has a hammer. He has a hammer tool. Check it out. Got a hammer. That's the only reason I put this on my wish list. Okay, we might be able to get rid of Aloft, I'll be honest. But did we keep Norland? Oh yeah, this is RimWorld ripoff. But RimWorld ripoff is fine, because we don't even have RimWorld. Like, RimWorld doesn't function. It's not a real game. It's a piece of shit. So a RimWorld ripoff might be an actual RimWorld game. Project Castoff, where was it? Oh yeah. No, I've put every single survival game on Steam on my wishlist. Every single one. So I love survival games. But there's like not a single good survival game. I don't want to play Rust. It's shit. Grimgrad. This is another banished clone. Banished also sucks. Banished is like, if you want to do everything that... If you want RimWorld, but you don't want any characters to matter, so you're just like building houses, and nothing matters. And there's nothing you can do except just build houses. And once you have like your house set up, the only thing that can happen is that it expands and you need to build like more lumberjacks. And that's like the entire game. You just need to know the ratio. Because there's nothing else that happens. To me, this is like a solved genre, in a way. Because there's like one way to play it, and There's just a solution. There is the solution. And once you have that solution, just can't lose. Like, that's just how it works. It's got mostly positive. And early access. Can't be worse than Skyrim. It looks decent. I haven't bothered looking at it more because it's still early access, so fuck it. We've got 9 viewers here. It's the most I've had in like 10 months. And I'm just not doing anything. We're just like checking my stupid wish list. And I'm probably gonna give up. Today. All you? Oh no. Small land. Survive the wilds. Chinese game. Mixed? Really? Is it that bad? Something I've noticed is nowadays, if something has mixed, it might just mean that it runs badly at 4K, 144 Hertz. I think Dark and Darker is a dead game. There's a lot of drama surrounding Dark and Darker right now. I don't know if you've followed that. But it might literally be a dead game. There's a lot of drama between Nexon and the guys who made it. And the guys who made it seem to be scammers. To some degree. I'm not sure. But that's what it seems like. And it's being pulled between like Nexon and another Korean retailer or publisher. And they're probably gonna lose the game. And even so, even if they don't, I've still seen posts about how they have scammed their community out of tons of money, like millions. So we'll see. It did look kind of neat, but I don't really like PvP stuff. I didn't really follow it much. I just saw it fleetingly, so I might be completely wrong. But what I saw at first was that they were looking for money for their legal fees and stuff. But soon after that, I also saw posts about how they actually had millions of dollars, which means they were pocketing their fees or the money that they were taking. Because they said that they had no money for their legal fees battles, but they actually had millions of dollars. I have never even looked at Escape from Tarkov, but I don't really like looter shooters that much. Destiny's like the only one I can kind of deal with, but anything more modern when it comes to looter shooters just feels weird to me, because if I'm playing a modern like shooter, I want the guns to feel like they're real. I don't want to shoot somebody with a Desert Eagle in the head and it says 30 and then they're still standing. I just find it weird. In Destiny, it still makes like no sense really, but everyone has like personal shields in there and stuff, so it's a bit different. Like you can kind of you can kind of live with it. Doesn't make sense with bosses and stuff really, but but like Destiny, whenever I think about games, I generally don't think of the whole game. I think of aspects of the games. And I think Destiny has nice gameplay for an FPS game. I think most FPS games are pretty bland and boring. Because there's like nothing to it. But Destiny has some stuff. But then the entire rest of the game is just a total disaster, so it doesn't matter that much. Which is unfortunate. I'm almost working again. Okay. Oh my god. But today will be a short day. I was sick Friday too. I kind of thought I would recovered, but I did not. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Yeah, it won't. The problem is that I'm not sick like, oh, I have the flu. It's gonna pass tomorrow. No, it's like I'm sick because I have an autoimmune disease and it's gonna take a month for it to stop being a bitch as long as I don't fuck up my diet. Oh, so bad. I will fuck up that diet because I still need to eat an entire package of sausages, and I have a porchetta with a bunch of pepper and paprika and stuff that I still need to eat today. But that's the last bit of that. You gotta go to bed so you can get up and play League of Legends tomorrow. Gotta be alert. don't play League of Legends either. But have a good day, Grug. Thanks for hanging. See you around. We're not getting anywhere here today. Not much further. Ooh. We've recreated the ray. Oh, I need to open up the other project. The thing is that it's literally like one step away. Like we could be like 10 lines from this being done. That's the thing. It would be very nice to get that done, but I don't think I can today. This is the wrong cast. Mini depth cast is here. Here. What am I even looking for? Well, yeah, it's simple. You need to take the position and then you divide it by the axis you want to check. So if you want to extrapolate the z and the x by the y, if you have a ray that's entered this square here, and you want to know, does it intersect with this point, green point, then you need to take the ray, divide the whole thing, divide every axis by y, for example, and then you multiply all the values by this value's y. I think that should be right. That way you get this ray's position when it is at the same y value as that pixel. And then you see, oh, it's over here now. Yeah. What I think you can also do, maybe, is you can simply take the ray origin and multiply that, or take that and add the ray direction multiplied by the value that you want to get here. But you also have to take, it has to be the distance from here to here, so you need to take this y minus the ray's starting y position, and then you can take the ray origin plus ray direction multiplied by this distance value, and then you also get the correct value, I think. You should, at least. So I know it. I know what to do, kind of. Can I do it? I don't even need to do this, really, then. I don't need to do temp mask. We just need Time to give up. I know I went to the store for an hour, but still. I don't know, like, I don't know if it's the Y I should be checking though. That's the problem. I might need to have like multiple checks here. Because it might enter from the left, it might enter from the bottom, it might... Well, I think it's the Y. Don't have any pants now? You don't have any pants? Did they get stolen? Talking about me? Pretty sure I have pants. But it's gonna be a little bit complicated because I have to... I'm just not sure how to approach it. But Nah, it's time to go eat, but I think I'm done for today. Short day today. I didn't get anything done yesterday because I was feeling really shitty. So getting something done today is a win. But the problem is that we can't just check the Y, we also have an X. My streams are not for the viewers. My streams are for me because my brain is completely cooked. And I needed to be able to focus at all. But yeah, the ray travels in both it travels in all axes, right? It travels in X, Y, and Z, but it's only going to collide with the sprites in X and Y. So, well, in X and Z, it's going to collide in X and Z because while the sprite is X and Y, the sprite is a 2D image, so it's got X and Y, but the world is built so that Z is height, right? While X is width and Y is along the ground, upwards. That means that when I'm sorting sprites, for example, that has to be done with the Y. So if a character is standing behind another one in Y, then I'm sorting those sprites in that order. And the same thing kind of has to happen here with the ray tracing. We have to check this the ray against the sprite's Y to see if it's colliding there. And then we use the X and the Z to determine if it collides against the sprite as it's standing up. But the problem again is when the ray approaches from the side, right? Because then it's no longer going to intersect the sprite necessarily. All it's going to be able to check is does it pass by the lowest pixel? Does it pass by the highest pixel? If it passes in between those pixels, then we have to decide if it passes far away enough from the sprite to not collide. But that should be pretty easy. It should just be like, is it a certain amount of pixels behind the sprite? And then it just collides. Do what I need and come back. What I need is not do programming anymore today. I might stream Monster Hunter, we'll see. Hello, Arian! I'm going offline! Goodbye! I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging. I'll probably stream some Monster Hunter later, but we'll see. It depends. My ass has been hurting a lot, so I might just not sit, but I think I might stream. See ya in a bit. Bye-bye.